All right, this meeting is being live streamed. Cool.
And we're being recorded.
Sorry, I muted myself. We are streaming live. I'll let everybody in.
Streaming live means we're being recorded. Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. All right, welcome everyone. At 6:13 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board will now be called to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Ellen Wheeler,
Chris Chang.
Laura Berman.
Laura Blakely.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We will now move on to item 1C, the approval of the agenda for the evening. Are there any trustee comments regarding the agenda? Trustee Chang.
President Conley, there will be a moment in this meeting where I'll need to step out, and I just didn't know if there'd be the place where I mentioned that for the record. So at 7:50, I will have to step out for 40 minutes for a work obligation.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Chang.
And I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by Trustee Chang and seconded by Trustee Blakely, the board unanimously votes to approve the agenda as presented. I will make a note before we move on that there is a special meeting that is following this regularly agendized meeting. The special meeting was posted to our website. The agenda was posted more than 24 hours before the meeting, which is compliant with the Brown Act for a special meeting. So if you're interested in hearing about new legislation regarding virtual meetings and whether or not the board, how we choose to move forward, that's the discussion for this special meeting tonight. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 2. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. We have 2 items on our closed session this evening. If you would like to comment on either of those items, you can raise your hand in Zoom by using the raise hand function, or you can press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, we will now adjourn to closed session. All right, at 7:42 p.m., we are going to reconvene open session. There was no action taken in closed session today. We will now move on to item 5, the consent agenda. Are there any questions or comments or a motion from trustees regarding, well, let's just do questions and comments from trustees regarding the consent agenda? Seeing as there are none, if you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the consent agenda, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman, the consent agenda is approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 6, communications. We will start with employee organizations. Are there any representatives of employee organizations who would like to address the board at this time? You can raise your hand in Zoom or press star 9 on your phone. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to district committees. Are there any representatives of district committees who would like to address the board at this time? I will just note, as the board appointee to the Equity Committee has now had 2 meetings and is doing some really intense work around understanding how to address different people in our community. And the next step that the group is undergoing is defining what equity means in our school district. And thank you to Ms. Henderson, Director Henderson, for all of her work organizing that and facilitating those conversations. We will now move on to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for
So-
oh, go ahead.
Do we have superintendent comment?
Oh my goodness, you're right. Thank you. Dr. Rudolph, would you like to address the board at this time?
Sure. Not a
Thank
problem.
you.
By the way, trustee Chang, I think you said 7:40. I'm not sure if you, I don't know if you had to, but I just looked up and saw that was 7:45.
You know what, Dr. Rudolph, I saw a hand pop up and I am going to assume that the hand that is up is for community comments, which we will come to as soon as we finish with the superintendent's update.
All right. First, let me say Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of the Zoom screen. If you're on an iPhone or Android, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación a español disponible para esta reunión. Si está usado una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en menú de opciones. Just the biggest update that we have is that we have a community check-in tomorrow. We'll talk about some of the items from today. We'll also give an update about where we are with testing, and just a couple other things. We have started staff testing this week. Thank you to our team for getting up and going. And we are releasing out a lot of information that we'll be covering tomorrow. We've been doing it piecemeal over the course of this week. Parents can now upload their vaccination records, which is really a good thing. They can also upload the proof of test to Power School, so that way we can track it. And then our team has done an amazing job of sort of creating the backbone system to make sure that everyone's aware when a kid goes into a modified quarantine or a quarantine, so you'll be able to see the information, but also so that we can track the records that are coming in. So kudos to our team for doing that. It's been a lot of work. Also, we have 4 sites have had our MERV 13 filters replaced. all the HEPA filters are actually out and about. And we are currently working on the rest of them. Our maintenance team, we have the last 50 lunch tables that have come in. So we are working on getting those built and then taken out. So we're delivering another 8 of those. We're looking at spots on Castro's campus just because the more tables we add on, the less playground the school has. So we need to be mindful of where we put them. And of course, there's 2 schools that are over there. And then we're also looking at adding some to Crittenden. And so we're sort of building up the sites that have the least amount. The last thing is that our construction team, which I know they're going to give an update a little bit later on today, they are actually, it's a totally different thing, but they are currently working hard on reducing the fencing, especially they focused on getting Vargas down and Castro down, and now we need to focus on getting Mistral's parking lot back up and going and a couple other places. So they're working really hard to get those things done. And I know NG is trying to connect them or try to set everything up as quickly as possible so that when it comes time to do the interconnection, we don't have to worry about closing that area off again. So it is coming, it's moving as fast as we can. We should see more progress again this week with some more fences coming down. And those are all the updates I have.
And thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Just to clarify, when you're talking about fencing, you're talking about the construction fences around the solar panels right now.
Correct. But I will say, now that you mention it, gates are going up. I believe it is next week. The electronic locks for the gates won't be installed, but we sort of viewed this as a phased process. So we have people now getting used to walking through the gated area. Next up will be doors that are unlocked. And then the next phase of that will be, they will just be locked during the daytime. And actually, just my walks around different campuses, seems that, most people have been mindful of the fencing, hasn't really caused many issues. There's definitely a lot of different access points for people to walk in and out. So it has been helping to sort of reduce, especially dogs. We've seen a lot less dogs over here at the district office, Stevenson, Darakoff complex, but also across just different areas. But that's the next phase for the general fencing ones.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. And I will note for the minutes that at 7:50, Trustee Chang informed us ahead of time he has a professional commitment. So he has dropped out of the meeting at this moment, and he will rejoin us later on this evening. All right, we will now move on to item 7, community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. You can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you would like to address the board. I'm going to take a brief moment to wait and give people an opportunity to raise their hand. We appear to have one speaker this evening, so they will have 3 minutes. We've had a couple of consistent callers lately. I'm going to make a guess that this is Mr. Nelson. You may unmute yourself by pressing *6. I apologize if I got the phone number wrong.
Good guess. Yes, this is Stephen Nelson. Last meeting, one of the trustees noticed that this month is Hispanic Heritage Month. Prior to the late 1940s, the Mountain View School District and others had effectively segregated schools, escuelas, Spanish schools. It's a shame, at least I think, that Castro continues as the most ethnically segregated neighborhood school in this district. That is the result of your policies board. And I, for one, think this policy that is more than about 150 years old now should be changed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will now move on to item 8, review and action. We will start with item 8A, Measure T Priority 1 project request, with a presentation from Dr. Westover, our Chief Business Officer.
Good evening, trustees. So this is something that we're bringing back to you for action tonight. We talked about it the previous board meeting when we talked about the update for what happened during summer construction, and then are now requesting action for approving new priority 1 items. So to connect it back to the board goals, our strategic plan 2027, we wanted to make sure that we had equitable distribution of resources that support student success and to ensure facilities and resources that equitably serve all students. Our master facility plan was a board-approved 10-year master facility plan that accommodated growth while prioritizing the work ahead based on needs and input. And the plan was approved on December 12th prior to Measure T passing. And it informed our bond Measure T. And in the planning process, the goal was that we would complete all priority 1 projects. In part due to the planning from the MFP, we were able to save approximately $4.6 million in savings. The master facility plan allows the district to work through projects quickly based on a set of priorities and projects that were set by the board. And because of our ability to move quickly and get lots of projects done or added for this previous summer, we're able to realize savings. So Measure T was passed on March 3rd, and Measure T said that we could spend funds on short-term growth, safety, and operational efficiency. This is actually what we advertised to the public of how we were going to use Measure T funds, and also the repayment of the Vargas Elementary construction and staff housing. It's important to note bond language is limited to 75 words and is broadly written to incorporate any projects that may be needed. So we had the master facility plan, which the board approved for priorities, and then we had our bond language that was written broadly. One of the reasons the bond language is written broadly is because it allows the board to add additional projects if needed. So for example, the Vargas carport, at the time when we did the master facility plan, we didn't know that the Vargas carport was needed to protect cars and people from falling pine cones. But because the bond language was written broadly, the board was able to take action and add the Vargas carport as a priority 1 item. So on to adding priority 1 items. Staff is requesting that we add window replacement at Castro, Stevenson, and Vargas, as well as the district office. All of these buildings were built prior to when DSA changed the rules. Because of this, all of these buildings were built with windows that were not operational. The anticipated cost for this is $736,597. I won't read through each of these bullets because during the last board meeting, we talked about it a little bit more. We're requesting to add paving at Amai and Bub. Both at Amai and Bub, the paving is starting to crack and weeds are starting to come up through the cracks. The anticipated cost of this is $895,000. And these are some pictures that the board saw last time of Amai. Paving at Crittenden, at the back entrance, the paving has become uplifted by tree roots. This area is shared 50-50 with the city, so the cost of doing the paving at Crittenden would be $137,500. We're also requesting to add garage doors at Stevenson and Vargas, mainly at these 2 sites because they are some of our most compact sites where students are struggling to eat in a way that feels safe for parents and students. So the garage doors would allow us to open the garage doors to allow more airflow in the MURs. Then we would also need to do a feasibility study at the other sites due to the age of the MURs. So each door would cost approximately $105,000 and the feasibility study would be $50,000. We're also requesting to add electronic locks. This is for safety reasons. Sometimes teachers lose keys, and then when we need to rekey the campuses, it's very expensive and timely. And takes a significant amount of time for staff. Having electronic locks would also allow us to issue cards to substitutes, issue cards to some of our partners where they will access only certain portions of our buildings. Whereas right now, when a key is given out, that key can unlock multiple doors within our building. Having electronic locks would also be helpful for us because we can monitor who is coming and going and from each of our buildings where we don't have that ability currently. The cost of this is $4.6 million. This is recapping that we have savings from Measure T and how we would pay for these additional costs. So we have approximately $4.6 million in savings. The total cost for adding all of these items is approximately $6.6 million. And the remainder of the cost increase would come from our unallocated amount of $17.6 million. So it's recommended that the board approve adding these additional projects as a priority 1 item. And I wanted to stop to see if there were any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Are there questions from trustees? I will note that there were a significant amount of questions that were submitted ahead of the meeting. So if you would like some further reading or to understand the issue in more depth, you're welcome to go to our website where our board agenda is posted, and the questions from trustees and responses from staff are available there as well. We will now go to public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time, are there any comments from trustees? We did discuss this at our previous meeting. So again, if you're a member of the public who's just joined us on this item tonight, I recommend that you go back to our previous meeting where we discussed all of these items in detail. Is there a motion from trustees?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that the board approve adding paving above Crittenden and Imai, district-wide electronic locks, windows at Castro, Stevenson, Vargas, and district office, and garage doors at Stevenson and Vargas as a priority 1 item under safety and efficiency.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, the 4 trustees who were present voted unanimously to approve the additional projects under Measure D Priority 1 as presented. Thank you, Dr. Westover. We will now move on to item 8B, reopeners for negotiations between the district and the Mountain View Educators Association, with a presentation or discussion from Tara Vickyard, our Chief Human Relations Officer.
Good evening. Thank you very much. So Sean Dector, who is the president of our Mountain View Educators Association, is unable to be with us here tonight. So he has asked me to present on behalf of the union as well. So I'm here to present reopeners for the district and MVEA. In accordance with board policy and government code, our initial contract proposals come to you, to the board this evening. We do ask that we hold a public hearing to hear the initial proposals in accordance with our process and procedure, to hear the initial proposals from both the district and the union at this time.
So Ms. Vickyard, do I need to open a public hearing at this time?
Yes, please.
All right, at 8:01 p.m., we will begin a public hearing to discuss the reopeners for negotiations between the district and the Mountain View Educators Association.
Thank you. So in accordance with our core principles of negotiations, all parties really focus on negotiating a contract that is focused on student success and our educational mission, fiscal responsibility, employee excellence and development, community engagement, and communication with each other. From each group, we can bring forth 2 proposals in addition to compensation and benefits. And so the district brings forth a proposal to bring forth Article 4, which is assignments, reassignments, and transfers and filling of vacancies. We have an interest in clarifying some of the language of this article. We wish to reopen compensation and benefits, and also to reopen Article 10 for evaluation, again, clarifying language in the article. MVEA has an interest in and proposes reopening the following articles. Article 3, which is hours, Article 5, compensation and benefits, and Article 7, which is class size. And this evening, we would ask the board to consider and approve our proposals for contract negotiations this year.
Thank you, Chief Human Relations Officer Vickyard. Are there questions from trustees? Seeing as there are none, are there comments from the public? If you would like to comment on this hearing, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, are there comments from trustees? Is there a motion from trustees?
I move that the board approve the district's initial proposals for reopening negotiations for the 2021-2022 school year between the Mountain View Wisconsin School District and the Mountain View Educators Association as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? On a motion made by Vice President Blakely and seconded by Trustee Wheeler, the 4 trustees present this evening unanimously voted to approve the district's initial proposals for reopening negotiations for the 2021-2022 school year between the district and the Mountain View Educators Association, as well as MVEA's proposals as presented. At 8:04 p.m., we will close this public hearing. We will now move on to item 9A under review and discussion, site plans for the 2021-2022, a process overview. And we have our Director of Curriculum, Instruction and Assessment, Swati Dagger.
Thank you and good evening, trustees. It is a pleasure to be here today. Give me 1 second. I will be talking today about our site plans, single plan for student achievement, or site plans for 21-22. It's aligned to a strategic plan, 27, it should say that. All goal areas of our strategic plan are aligned, and to our vision statement that every student, family, staff member, and community member is engaged and committed to learning in a collaborative, diverse, and innovative partnership. So why do we have school site plans? A little background into it. Our site plans, or single plan for student achievement, is a blueprint to improve the academic performance for all of our students at every one of our school sites. They're aligned with our district LCAP and with our strategic plan. And they're developed with input from our parent advisory groups like School Site Council, with ELAC, and with input from staff members. The sites conduct a comprehensive needs assessment based on their student data analysis, and of course identify clear metrics for evaluating and monitoring their progress towards the goals. Ultimately, our SIPSAs, or our site plans, are approved by our local governing board of trustees. So what is that site plan process that we follow? So like I said before, they're aligned to our strategic plan, and they guide our LCAP, that guide our goals and actions for this whole school year. Sites use 3 predominant data and some other district and state assessments too, but we use the most recent CASF data from spring 2019, because that is the most recent one available. That will be used as a data metric for the site plans this year. We will also use our iReady data from Diagnostic 3 that was conducted at the end of the year in May as a baseline. And of course, our most recent summative LPAC data that is available is being used as well. Other district assessments and metrics are also used to evaluate student growth and progress monitored through this year. And currently, our sites are working with their school staff and with parent advisory groups to develop their site plans. So the process in a visual form looks like this. Sites conduct their needs assessment. They do their data analysis, and then they gather input on site plans from their parent advisory groups like School Site Council, ELAC, and from their school site staff with the leadership teams. Then they develop goals and actions. And according to those actions, then the sites allocate expenditures based on the budget. And of course, they're using all of this is all based on the student needs that are identified. Concurrently, as they're working on their site plans, all of the site administrators consult with district staff and get guidance and support from us. After that happens, site plans are shared with our trustees for review and approval. And once they are approved by a board of trustees, site plans are implemented and progress is monitored towards goals and actions for the site plans. Like I mentioned before, site plans are required to include a few things. They're required to have stakeholder input, especially from important parent advisory groups like School Site Council and ELAC. The School Site Council approves the whole site plan for the year. And school staff is an integral part of site plan development. Sites to have goals that are aligned to improve student outcomes, including addressing the needs of student subgroups. All of the site plans include evidence-based strategies, actions, tasks, and services towards improving student outcomes, and the proposed expenditures for every one of their action plans. We do require sites, all of our sites, to do a thorough analysis of student data so that they can meet and support all of the student growth in each subgroup as well. We look at improving learning time, providing enrichment activities, and also looking at students, the needs of students who are at risk of not meeting the state standards as well. Some of the site goal areas that are included in the plans for 21-22, academic achievement in English language arts and math, you will see two goals there. One is the CAS, which is the state assessment for 3rd to 8th graders. And you'll also see a 1 year's growth goal that is aligned with our district and board goal. You'll see a goal on academic achievement for English language learners. That includes our LTELs, which is long-term English learners or at risk of being LTEL students, reclassified fluent English proficiency, and a goal towards improvement in LPAC scores for our EL students. This year, you'll also see two goals. The one is social emotional health and wellness goal. That includes student goal and a parent goal. And the next goal would be on inclusive and welcoming culture. That in this goal, we'll be tracking our attendance, chronic absenteeism, and welcoming. How do we create more welcoming environment for our school sites? The next aspect of school plans is the site budget. So our site administrators have regularly scheduled meetings with our business department. They already have their initial site budgets allocated to them for this year. And at the first interim budget happening later in October, they will get some updated allocations. This year, to support student needs, there were two additional budgets allocated to sites. That was Program 201 and 202. Program 201 is about recovery for students. It's $100 per student. We want to support our kids as we're coming back from the pandemic and distance learning. I do need to note that these funds do not roll over and have to be spent on this year's students. That being said, Program 201 could be used for areas that are identified in the site's needs assessment, such as after-school learning support or social emotional learning. And these plans for Program 201 have been outlined or will be outlined in the site plans. Of course, the plan for Program 201 is grounded in student data and what came off from the needs assessment. And sites are consulting with the district staff currently to design what and how they can use these monies to support students at their sites. For example, sites have a question about using some of that money for SEL support. So the principals will then consult with our health and wellness director. If they have questions on some academic support, they would consult with myself, with Director Chang, and with Chief Academic Officer Bauer. Program 202, on the other hand, is $20 per kid for orientation, and no plan is required to be outlined in the SIPC for that. So what about the site plan timeline? Well, as soon as we came back to school, sites have started developing and establishing their school site councils and ELACs, and they're meeting with their stakeholders, parent advisory groups, with their staff, with the leadership teams to gather input. In September, that was this month, site plans are being developed in consultation with the district staff for budgets, for actions, for strategies, how to use different funding sources. And on October 1st, the initial site plan drafts will be due to the Education Services Department. After getting any feedback or making any revisions, on October 8th, the site plan drafts will be shared with the Board of Trustees for review, any question and answers. Trustees will can schedule meetings with our principals and learn more about the site plan on our Ask Any Questions between October 8th and November 1st. During that time as well, if site principals need to revise their plans, they may do so. And then on November 4th, the site plans will be presented or be a part of the board packet and be presented at the board meeting for approval. What are some of our next steps now that we have the process in place and sites are working on it? So sites are going to follow the site plan development timeline. Our school site administrators are working with school staff and parent advisory groups as they're developing their site plans. They also consult with our district staff on the site plan development. If they have any questions, they're reaching out. And upon approval of the site plans, sites will implement the plan, continue to progress monitor, and revise their plans as they may need based on student data. And at this time, I am opening to ask any questions that the trustees may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? I have a couple, but they'll be brief. So I see two tensions in these plans. One is that in the past, when we had site plans, we always based them off of the CASP data because that was the data that we had. For many years, we didn't have iReady, we didn't have diagnostics or benchmarks that were the same across all of our school sites that we were using. The trouble with the CASP data was that it was always looking backwards. It was the students we had that year, the previous year, and not the students we had in the current year. Now we have an iReady diagnostic, not just the benchmark at the end of the school year last year, but we have a diagnostic from this fall. And in my opinion, that diagnostic is some of the best data we have on where our children are and where we need to take them this year. So I'd love to hear about how that diagnostic is going to be incorporated into the goals that are being set at the sites, and how we can use a forward-thinking lens rather than a backward-looking lens.
That is a great question. So definitely CASP is more standardized with state and we don't have much flexibility. So you absolutely said it right. With iReady, we're using the 1 year's growth goal that happens from beginning of the year till end of the year. So when the students take their first diagnostic in August, then they take one more diagnostic, we measure the growth and their targets are set. But that happens from only August till May. So the 3 diagnostics from D1, D2, D3, diagnostic 1, 2, and 3. So we have to measure it at the end of the year. Hence the diagnostic 3 data for 1 year's growth goal. Now you have a point in saying, why don't we use the diagnostic 1 data? Well, we don't have a year's growth data. What sites could do is use that student by student data, right? So if I'm a teacher, I could use my by student data and see if my student made 1 year of growth last year. Did they meet their targets? Yes or no? And then decide and see how they're going to do this year and progress monitor them through the diagnostics.
So what we should expect to see when we look at the site plans is that our principals will take the 1 year's growth measure from last year as a format to set their goals against for this year. But in achieving that growth, they will be using the diagnostic one from this year to project for the needs of their students and plan.
Right. So we do have data analysis and planning meetings after, and that's a part of my next presentation, that sites look at and break the diagnostic one data down to plan for instruction. So that is the data that is continuously used.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then my second question has to do with programs 201 and 202. So 201 sets aside $100 per student. Something that we know all of our students have needs coming out of the last school year that we've had. So I understand that there's like a standard baseline amount that is being set per student. I am concerned that we have some students who maybe before they were not classified as low income and now their families are low income, or maybe before their families were low income that they had stable housing and now they don't have housing. We also have the eviction moratorium coming out, so or dying. So we're going to see families losing housing in the next few months, especially by the end of this year. Why was the $100 per student a flat rate instead of being prorated based on our subgroups of students like socioeconomically disadvantaged?
So the decision was made because we already give targeted student support funds to the district, to sites based off of their unduplicated accounts. And so what made sense was because, ESSER is supposed to target all of the students to some degree. It made sense to, do two different strategies, right? There's a district strategy, which we'll be talking about on October 7th. Which is going to put a lot more emphasis on those kids who are behind. And then there's the school site strategy, which allows schools to look at, they did a needs assessment and they also have their site data, and then they can make individual site determinations about what they need to do at their site. That's in addition to the targeted student support funds and in addition to, for cash flow Title I, and in addition to the overall strategy that the district has for targeting students who are demonstrating below proficiency. So this fund could be used not only for academic purposes, but it also could be used for social emotional purposes, which aren't necessarily classified. Although Director Jimbo is working, we'll have a survey up for us pretty soon. At the same time, it's, that data isn't readily available. So they're using the needs assessment from last year, as well as other data points to sort of make a determination about what's the most important need.
Okay, because something that I keep hearing about, especially from our low-income community, is the need for after-school programming for their children. And it sounds like if a school site wants to have after-school available for certain students, it would come out of 201, except if it's just a small portion of a school site, there's still $100 per student that needs to be distributed to other students. So I'm worried.
So there's no
provide enough money.
Yeah, there's no obligation for schools to use it specifically for every single student.
Okay.
It's the obligation. The decision is that they have 2 years of $100 per month, or not per month, per student for that, where they can address whatever the needs were that they identified. And in some cases, a school site could choose to use the funds for after-school programming. In other cases, they could choose to use it for SEL. They could use to combine it with different sources in order to address the needs. But it's not necessarily that it's, this money must be spent on all students. This money is spent on, based off of the needs assessments, that were conducted and the data that you have, that you can use it on anything. They could, turn it around and say that newcomers is the concern that we have. And, what we've told them, in fact, we had this meeting earlier this week, what every site was told is that if you choose to use it on newcomers, then you must base it off of LPAC data, reclassification data, and say, this is the greatest need at our particular site. And the last couple of years has created this particular issue. So I'm going to focus based off of data on my newcomers. But if they choose to use it on social emotional learning, then it could be based off of attendance data over the last 18 months. Or they could say, I have a high number of kids who are on the cusp. So they can use it for any purpose that they deem fit, but they must have a plan and it must be rooted in data. It's not based off of, every single student. What we heard loud and clear, not only from the board, but also from the public, is that the need is great across the district. And so we wanted to have two distinct programs, one that focuses on the district-wide approach of addressing sort of the reacclimation and learning recovery, and then also one that gave sites the flexibility to address it too. And that's how we came up with the $100. And it's $220, but we felt like doing it for 1 year just wouldn't do justice. So having a program that could last for 2 years, and then also we took the $20 out and said, just do that for any type of orientation or reacclimatization activities that you want is going to be important.
Thank you very much.
If I may add to what Dr. Rudolph said, so I had this conversation with one of our site principals just yesterday, and we talked about the site wants some classroom books, right, for libraries, because the teachers feel they need this academic rich reading environment in the classroom. And our conversation led to what the site data shows us was students could really benefit with some leveled reading books. So the principal then decided to use this additional dollars to buy some leveled reading books for that grade level. And then that would help with small group instruction. That would in turn help students with getting books that they want to read, and they're high interest books for them as well, but they're leveled to their support.
Thank you. All right, we will now move on to public comment on this item. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment, you may raise your hand and,
I think Dr. Westover had a comment also about some additional funding that's coming from the state.
Dr. Westover, thank you.
So we also have the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant program, which is available to us. So sorry.
It's a joy. We'll take
I'm happy you think so. And this program can be used to provide after-school opportunities for students. And this is a large chunk of money that will be coming to the district and is planned to be continued to come to the district for several years, so we can provide more after-school learning opportunities for kids.
And this one is targeting the unduplicated count, isn't correct?
It is.
That is music to my ears. Thank you, Dr. Westover. All right, we will now move on to public comment. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you may raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. We appear to have 2 speakers, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. We will start with Ms. Pewitt. Ms. Pewitt, you may unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I've been a parent in our district for about 4 years, and I'm finishing up my 2nd year on our school site council at Mistral. It's definitely been a great learning experience. And I want to offer a perspective and a suggestion. I noticed in the Q&A that one of you asked about the amount of training that happens for our school site councils, and it was expressed that that is handled at the site level. And I've spoken with a number of different individuals across the district who have been school site council members during the past 4 or 5 years. And I've gotten a similar impression that there is a lack of training, a lack of development, a lack of education, and definitely no consistent experience. So I would just like to offer that when we think about, for example, elementary schools, the first 3 years of a student's experience lays the foundation for all of their subsequent years. And I would argue that that's the same for our families and our parent leaders. A family's first experience when they get involved on a parent committee paves the way for their future opinions, their experiences, their objections, their questions, and their degree of helpfulness. And school site council members have gone on to run for school board and sometimes been elected. What if we think about our state mandated and our partner parent committees like PTA or PTO as opportunities to build the overall level of community acumen by providing them with a consistent and basic orientation about how school funding works, public school funding in California and in Mountain View works in general. And that way they're more prepared to use those 2-year terms of service at the highest possible level of contribution, and then are able to take their school's specific needs and challenges in mind. And I know that not every parent in our district is coming in with a similar level of pre-existing experience, but if you use that as an excuse to not attempt to provide a consistent amount of some sort of information and orientation, then we will more than likely continue to have inconsistent planning processes at our schools. And I remember 1 or 2 years ago, one of the site plans the approval by the board had to be delayed because the school site council voting process was not held properly. So that's just an example of a time recently when it's interfered with board approval and functioning. And I would love to participate in developing a better plan for helping families learn how to be better leaders in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. All right, we will reset the timer. And Mr. Nelson, you may press *6 on your phone to unmute yourself, and you will have 3 minutes.
Yes, I am Mr. Nelson. I'll have to say, Hewlett was not set up by me about the training needs. It's just too bad how little actual parent input there usually is. And I think sometimes it's because of training, as she mentioned. I know a school site council parent from a number of years ago, then a council member. She said being on the school site council was the worst public input group she had ever been in her entire professional career. Another school site parent, then a trustee, said, when are we getting input? When is our time to input? That's a paraphrase. The district really is below standard for not offering a school site council manual. The CSBA Good Governance Group says that's one of the things it should do. There actually are many examples of this kind of training manual. Have it in writing. That means that it isn't just institutional in somebody's head memory or in their PowerPoint or in their notes. It's actually a written document. That isn't hard to do. It's something that a professional organization like this should be doing. And board, this is an official legislative advisory committee to you. You should ask that it be the staff do it. You know, direct the staff to do it. It's your advisory committee. It advises the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Are there comments from trustees? Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I'll say that I agree with both speakers. Some number of years ago, and I don't even remember who was superintendent at the time, we actually did that. We provided an invitation to all the school site council members in the district and had some training, and people said they liked it. But I don't know why that went away. But I agree that some sort of district-wide training that's done, you know, could be, you know, video or something, but that's provided every year or every 2 years is a good idea.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I saw Trustee Berman's hand up earlier, and then we'll go to Vice President Blakely.
So I'll share that question that was on the questions list was my question, because I've also found in speaking with parents that there is a lot of confusion around, school site council and ELAC and PTA when parents first begin having their students in the school district. So in orientation like that, I can see that being just extremely helpful. I know that there was at the parent university, there was a district orientation, and I saw bits and pieces of it, and it's just terrific. And it just sort of touches on really important aspects of being a family in our district really nicely. I think it's just, taking that one step further to really flesh out what that all means. And I know that our school sites are currently working with their communities to come up with these site plans, but I know there's also, you're also recruiting new parents and electing new families to be on your school site council and your ELAC. And so you're in the middle of, choosing these new parents, and they just want to volunteer, but I'm sure what they're volunteering for. So I think, having opportunities where families really understand their role and how valuable it is to give input on something like a site plan and giving their perspective is really just an incredible opportunity. And I think if our communities just understood what that was, I think we would, just have great parent leadership and parent investment in our school sites. So that being said, I think that I know that sites are working with their parents now, sort of getting some feedback. I just want to, put this out there that, there's a lot to look at when you are a parent volunteer in one of those positions, when you're sitting there trying to think of, thinking of the needs of students and looking at this data. And so if there's a way to make sure your parents have this information in advance to just look over and process, I think that would make the conversation during those meetings a lot more productive, because there is a lot to digest when you're looking at that data. And also just, those points of like, what do you think your child would need at our school site to be successful? And so that they come prepared to have just really engaging conversation and feel prepared to share, instead of sort of trying to make sense of what these slides are. And also, I just want to comment that I know these site plans take a really long time. There's a lot of investment by our district staff and our principals and the parents that have volunteered to serve on these committees. So I just want to appreciate the work that goes into it. These are just incredibly valuable, and I'm really looking forward to reading every site's plan to see how they're going to, address the needs of their students this year.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. I have to say our site principals, their site leadership teams, their teachers, their parent advisory group, school site council, and ELAC, and some of them even have PTA involved. I have to say they're working really hard, and I am seeing the progress on the document we have. So kudos to the entire site team, including staff members as well.
I do want to point out just real quick, a couple of years ago, the board asked us to move the process up. And so this is probably one of the unintended consequences. We can't have a site plan that's approved in October unless and based off of data that comes, well, now August, and still be able to provide training and a lot of input. And there's a lot of different groups that weigh in on the site plan. There's school site leadership teams, ELAC, and everything else. And so I think if you want a more inclusive process that, where there's training and then there's rigorous review of data, you probably are going to have to push the site plan process back. And I think that there comes a consequence, because I remember Trustee Colanado saying, why are we approving plans in February that are supposed to take place for the year, which is how we ended up moving them into October, November, the fall. So just something to keep in mind, at least from my experience, and sort of watching the transition between the two. And that could be a consequence. And since school site council elections often occur in the summer, like it's almost like a perfect storm of issues that create why it feels like it's a rushed process over the course of the year. And I'm sure the principals would love a further runway on this one.
And we could add some more recent diagnostic data as well.
Vice President Blakely.
Just reflecting on what everybody's saying, there did used to be training. I remember being trained by Alicia Henderson when she was principal at Landals. And, then I went on to serve at the Graham Site Council. I did a couple of different stints there. And I believe it was Maurice Geisels who had done some training, but it might have even been in the spring. And I like the idea of possibly like doing a videotape or some kind of just like an online piece, because I think that might be helpful. And also it could be something that we do in the spring. I know I'm always talking about the month of mayhem and everybody's crazy and why would you want to go to a training in the spring? But maybe there's some way of doing that for like interested families who are thinking about participating in the fall of the following year to just, it could be recorded. So I like the idea of some training, but I really, really like the idea of getting them approved earlier. And I know it puts pressure on the front end of the year, but what's the point of having a plan for the year that gets approved when the year's almost over? So I when you weigh those things, I think it's more helpful to get the plans approved in October, November. So I appreciate that. And I just want to say to all those who are listening, who are thinking about it, I always found that site council was one of the really great ways of volunteering that really didn't take up a huge amount of time. You learned a lot, you made a big contribution, but it wasn't something that just sucked your life away. So if you're interested in this, those who are watching the meetings, please think about it, whether it's, I've seen in the school newsletters, I think that a couple of schools are maybe still looking for site council members, but if not this year, then next year, think about it. And then the last thing I just wanted to say is I like the way, Ms. Duggar, that you are structuring this so that the trustees will have some time to read the plans and ask questions of the principals ahead of time, so that it's not just like the firing line, whoever goes first when you present and go through school after school after school at a board meeting. That seems less productive. This way we'll have time to think about it. The principals and the site teams will have time to react. And then I just think the school board meeting will be more efficient if we don't walk through the minutia of each plan for 11 schools in our meetings. So thank you for moving that process forward.
I have to say kudos to both Chief Academic Officer Bauer and Superintendent Rudolph for being our guiding light through that.
Thank you. Trustee Wheeler.
I want to, so one of the good things about Zoom is you can, easily see, the faces of everybody who is here. And when one of our commenters said, sometimes school board members come from school site council members, I see three of us here. So I was on school site council at Bub, Laura Berman was on school site council at Mistral, and Laura Blakely was on school site council at Landals and then Graham. So, yes, you can, put your foot in the water with school site council and then run for school board. And, I've been wanting to say this in public, so I will say this here right now. So I am not going to run for re-election. So if anybody, is thinking about, running for school board when there's no incumbent running, next year is your turn.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. I have two comments. The first is kind of adding on to this conversation around school site council and parent engagement. I think that, at the end of the day, our parents, the families of our children, spend the most time with our children and are the most effective educators and advocates for their children at all times. We have incredibly talented staff and teachers and principals, but it is really the families that are going to make the biggest difference in a child's life. And sometimes we can, as a district or a school, make a connection or increase engagement in a way that further powers that family to support their child. So the school site plan, it sounds like from everyone here, is a way that we see families engaging with what the district is doing to support students, learning about how to support their students, but also advocating to support the children at their school. I think all of those are wonderful things. And to the extent possible that we can balance the tension between needing to establish a plan early in the year and building the capacity in our parent community to be really effective advocates for our children and our schools, I think we should do the best that we can in both of those areas. Maybe that means developing some video modules that prospective parents could do before they come onto the school site council or after the school site council. I think that's a great conversation that we can continue to have and something that we can really engage in. I also think I heard a volunteer, otherwise known as Trustee Berman, who might be willing to help support that process and those videos based on her recent experience on the school site council. So maybe it doesn't have to be a heavy lift just by district staff. And then my second comment is that, you know, I always wax poetic about the school site plans, but I am so excited about this process. I think that where our Dr. Rudolph is laughing at me already. I think where the strategic plan really meets the road and impacts children is through the school site plan. That's where we take our aspirations as a district and we put them into practice, and we actually take action on those things and improve learning outcomes for our children. So I'm thrilled to be kicking off this process. I am really excited to read all of these plans, and I'm thrilled with the opportunity that trustees have to directly talk with principals about their plans so that we can better understand what they're doing to support our students at the school site. So thank you to everyone on the team who is working on this. Thank you to all of our principals who I suspect may be present tonight hearing about this. We are really looking forward to engaging around it. And with that, we will move on to our last discussion item, item 9B, the iReady Diagnostic 1 Assessment Data Overview. Before we begin, trustees, do we need a bio break real quick? Or do
Yes.
we want to proceed? Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 8:49. Thank you. Apologies, trustees. All right, we will now move on to item 9B, the iReady Diagnostic 1 Assessment Data Overview. And we will bring back Ms. Swati Dagger, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment.
You said my last name right. Thank you. That was awesome. Thank you. Good evening, trustees again. I'm excited to be back. I am presenting the iReady Diagnostic 1 data this evening. All right. Our iReady Assessment Administration is aligned to our Strategic Plan 27 with goal area 1, effective and consistent instructional practices that meet the needs of all students. We also focus on our priority outcomes that are aligned all through our strategic plan goals for increasing achievement for all students while closing gaps among student groups. We ensure at least 1 year of academic growth for each student. So some background into our assessment administration for this school year. We took the assessment in August and the first week of September. We had in-person test administration for all of our grades. Similar to previous test administrations, about 96 to about 97% of our students completed the reading and math diagnostic, but this also includes our remote independent study students. And for both reading and math, we use the iReady recommended testing times, and they're listed here. If any student needed additional time, it was provided to them for any assessments for either reading or math assessments. These are our assessment dates. So for grades 1st to 8th, we had the reading assessment administered on the 16th of August and math on 18th of August. Our kindergartners were provided some additional time to adjust to the school routine because our young learners need some time to get used to school time and the functioning of the day before we have them take the assessment. So they took the assessment on August 31st for reading and September 2nd for math. So a glimpse into our reading data, the exciting part of my job, I love it. We had 52% of our students on or above grade level overall. Domain data shows that phonological awareness and high frequency words have most proficiency district-wide. Here's a breakdown of the same overall data, but here it's by 5-level placement. So what it really does is it breaks down the 52% into students that are mid or above grade level and early on grade level, so 36 and 16. We also look at, it breaks down our tier 3 students that are 2 grade levels or 3 or more grade levels below. And sites could use this data to really drill down into students' reports and design instructional practices accordingly. So looking at overall placement by school for reading, in the next 2 slides, I will summarize them. Bubb, Imai, Landolt, Stevenson, and Vargas have about 50 to 70% of the students that are on or above grade level. We do see both of our middle schools have comparable proficiencies with 55% for Graham and 53% for Crittenden. Mistral and Castro, I apologize, Mistral, Montaloma, and Thurkoff have 36 to 44% of their students on or above grade level. Castro has about 10% of their students that are on or above grade level. Overall placement by grade, we do see that our 3rd graders are most proficient with 65% district-wide, and 4th and 5th grade also have similar proficiency with 53 and 54%. We do notice that our 1st graders are least proficient district-wide with 38% only. Something to think about as sites are doing their data analysis. And as we'll go down further, I'll point out a few things that, we notice in the data. This is overall placement by grade level for our middle schools. We see comparable proficiency in all of our middle school grade levels. So when we look at overall, then we break it down by school. So looking at Bubb Elementary here, we do see that BUB follows a similar trend with upper grades more proficient than the lower grades. And even the domain level data for BUB is similar to the district data. Looking at subgroups at BUB Elementary, we dig deeper into our subgroup data to find design students report, and we see that our Asian and white subgroups have comparable proficiency with 69 and 68%. We do see 9% of the ELs are on or above grade level at BUB, and 88% of our reclassified students are on or above grade level. Looking at Lando's overall placement, we see 55% proficiency and similar grade level data trend as the district. Breaking it down further into subgroups, our EOs, that is English only students, and our reclassified fluent English proficient students have comparable proficiency, so 65 and 68%. Then we moved on to Mistral, and we look at Mistral where we have 36% of the students that are on or above grade level. We do see that there's a drop for students in 4th grade at Mistral, so the district trend was 4th and 5th were pretty comparable. Mistral 4th graders, there's a little drop, and their 3rd and 5th grade are most proficient. The subgroup data at Mistral shows that reclassified students at Mistral are leading the subgroup data here with 67% proficiency, and the Asian subgroups are higher in the ethnicity subgroup data. At EMI, we see comparable proficiency, but we do see not comparable proficiency. We actually see higher proficiency in 3rd and 5th grade, and the kindergartners at EMI that are at 74% proficiency. The subgroup data for EMI shows comparable proficiency for our English language learners and for our socioeconomically disadvantaged students at 29%. For Vargas, we see a similar data trend as district-wide proficiency, with upper grades being more proficient. But the 1st graders at Vargas have a higher proficiency than district-wide proficiency for grade level. And the 1st graders are higher than kinder and 2nd grade as well at Vargas. The subgroup data shows at Vargas, we have our reclassified students and our English only students with comparable proficiency, 61 and 65%. ELs at Vargas are at 18%, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students are at 24% proficiency at this time. For Castro, we see more students proficient in kindergarten and 1st grade. So district-wide, we see upper grades more proficient. At Castro, we see our kinders in 1st grade most proficient. But phonological awareness and high-frequency words continue to be the domain strengths for Castro as well, similar to district-wide trend. The subgroup data at Castro shows that our ELs are at 2% and our reclassified students are at 20% proficiency too. Asians in the ethnicity subgroup are at 67% and Hispanic Latino students at 6%. Montaloma Elementary, we're moving on to and see the similar data trend as district-wide trend for upper graders. So 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders have a higher proficiency than lower grades at Montaloma. While the subgroup data at Montaloma has our reclassified students showing most proficiency with 61%. Stevenson Elementary shows phonological awareness and high frequency words continue to be an area of relative strength. And then at Stevenson 2, we see higher upper grade proficiency. If you look at their 3rd graders, they're 85% proficient at this time on this data. The subgroup data for Stevenson shows that reclassified students have the highest proficiency with 86% proficiency. And the Asian subgroup and the Hispanic Latino subgroup are at 72 and 34, while the white ethnicity subgroup are at 64%. Moving to the neighborhood school for Stevenson at Thurkoff, we see a similar trend with domains of phonological awareness and high frequency words being areas of strength. Third graders at Thurkoff are outperforming any grade level, and they are at 66% currently. The subgroup data at Thurkoff shows our RFEP students are knocking it out of the park there with 69%, and our ELs are at 17% proficiency. Students with disabilities at Thurkoff are at 24%. Moving on to our middle schools, we see 53% proficiency at Crittenden Middle School. And you will notice phonological awareness, phonics, and high frequency words are like, especially phonological awareness, high frequency word domains, they are almost all green at middle schools because students have moved on to higher and more complex grade level standards with comprehension and vocabulary focus. Subgroup data for Crittenden shows the Asian and white student populations are comparable with 74 and 78. And there's some continued work with our ELs because they are at 4% over there. Students with disabilities and SEDs are at 27 and 24% as well. Graham Middle School, similar proficiency across all the 3 grade levels at Graham, 53, 56, 57, pretty comparable. EOs are at 70, English only students at Graham are at 75%, and SED students are at 21%. And there is some continued work to be done at Graham with our EL students. Moving on. Oops, sorry. So when we've seen all of the by school data, we are doing an overall comparative for 3 years. We wanted to see what happened when students took the last in-person assessment, which was in August 2019. Last year in August 2020, we did a virtual test administration. And in August 2021, this year, we did an in-person. So what we do see is there's comparable proficiency for both in-person administrations in August 2019 to August 2021. Actually, this year we have a few little more higher proficiency with 52 versus 49. So we love to dig deeper into data. We did a comparative by school to see how the 3 years looked at every one of our school sites. I'll give a little bit for everyone to glance it over. And then moving on to the comparative subgroup data for the 3 administrations. We do see that more ELs are proficient in this fall than they were with in-person administration in August 2019. We see an improvement from 4% to 8% in the EL proficiency. We do see more proficiency across all student groups from 2019 to 2021. Looking at ethnicity subgroup data, comparable proficiency for all ethnicity subgroups for both the diagnostic in August for in-person and diagnostic in August 21 for in-person. So 2019, 21, we do see some increase and a slight decrease for Hispanic, Latino, and white students. So what are some data trends for our reading? Because there's so much you can look into data. Overall, we see, overall and with subgroups, we see there's comparable proficiency this fall to the pre-pandemic year, where both assessments were administered in person. There's comparable proficiency trends for all schools across the district, except EMI, that improved from 61% in August 2019 to 72% in August 2021. When we're looking at overall school data, EMI has most students proficient, 72%, and Castro has least proficiency. But there is multiple reasons that we can attribute to the schools being proficient or having less proficiency. It's hard to put together academics, rationale behind it, but these are just data trends observed. Looking at grade level data, we do see 3rd grade has highest proficiency district-wide with 65% kids proficient. And by school data shows a similar trend that third graders are the most proficient in reading at all schools except at Montaloma, that has fourth graders most proficient, and at Castro, where the kinders and first graders are most proficient. Both our seventh and eighth graders have same proficiency, 56%. And first grade has the least number of students proficient district-wide, that is 38%. When we look at break down the overall data and look at the domain data, comprehension and vocabulary continue to be an area of focus for us as a district and for sites. And our subgroup data reflects more ELs being proficient than the pre-pandemic years. So our ELs are 8% this fall versus 4% proficiency in August 2019. Something to celebrate and keep working towards getting more proficiency. Similarly, more students are proficient across all subgroups this fall than in August 2019. Subgroup data does show that all subgroups are less proficient this fall, than last August. Last year in August, we had a virtual test administration. This year we had an in-person. There could be a multitude of reasons that we can't really pinpoint and why the increase last year and the decrease or a little fall this year. Now we're looking at math data. When we look at our math data, we see overall 42% of our students are on or above grade level across the district. And we also see the placement by domain is pretty consistent. So number and operations was 42% proficiency, 46 for algebraic thinking and algebra, 47% for number measurement and data, and geometry was about 45. So pretty similar placement by domains. The 5-level data again breaks down the on or above grade level and tier 3 students into students that are 2 or more grade levels below or 3, and then early on grade level and mid or above grade level. So the next 2 slides, again, like reading, show placement overall by school. So some trends here in the next 2 slides that I'd like to capture are Bob, Imai, and Stevenson have about 50 to 60% students in tier 1 that are proficient, right? Landos and Vargas have 42 and 36% proficiency school-wide. Mistral, Montaloma, and Thurkoff range from 21 to 29% proficiency. Castro at 5% and our 2 middle schools, Crittenden at 44 and Graham at 50%. We captured this slide earlier. Moving on to overall placement by grade level. I love looking at grade level data. So it really tells me, gives me an idea of looking at the standards and just, as a teacher, I'd love to see how my school's doing and how I can do some vertical alignment to build proficiency for kids. So we see a similar trend like reading, with first grade being the least proficient. So first grade in math and reading are both least proficient. Fourth and fifth grade, both are at 45% proficiency district-wide. For our middle schools, we do see comparable proficiency at 49, 48, and 46. Breaking down by elementary schools first. So by school, overall placement for BUB shows as similar to district-wide trends, with first grade and fourth and fifth grade having first grade having lower proficiency and fourth and fifth having higher proficiency. The subgroup data at BUB, we see the RFEP students, the reclassified students, being most proficient across different subgroups at 76%. Our Hispanic and Latino students within the ethnicity subgroups are at 20% proficiency at BUB right now. With Landos, we see third graders are least proficient, and kinder, fifth, and second grade are leading with proficiency there. Kinders are at 51% at Landos. The subgroup data for math shows our similar proficiency, again, with students with disabilities at math, in math at 33%. In reading, Landos, if you may remember, had 32%. So it's comparable proficiency for students with disabilities at Landos there. At Mistral Elementary, the overall placement data shows 26% students proficient in math, but fifth graders are most proficient with 43%, and similar trend like reading with fifth and third grade being the two most proficient. The subgroup data from Mistral shows that ELs are at 6% proficiency in math. With reading, ELs at Mistral were at 12% proficiency. Just some data points to think about or keep in mind as teachers and sites plan support. At EMI, we have district-wide data trend followed again. Fourth and fifth graders have highest proficiency. Fifth graders are leading it with 71% at EMI. And the subgroup data at EMI shows ELs at 37% and students with disabilities at 54%. Our Hispanic and Latino students are at 13% proficiency at EMI at this time. For Vargas, we do see more first graders proficient at Vargas, and the fourth and fifth graders are following pretty closely. So a little different from the district-wide trend at Vargas there. The subgroup data at Vargas shows our reclassified students have more proficiency than our English-only students. That was an interesting data point to look at. Our FAPs are at 52 and EOs are at 42. SED students are at Vargas are at 5% proficiency in math, but in reading, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students at Vargas are at 24% proficiency. So just something that stood out for us. Castro Elementary, similar to reading at Castro. Castro has most kids proficient in kinder and first grade. So they're a little different from the district-wide data trend at this time. And the EOs and our FEP students show the same proficiency at 11% at Castro. At Montaloma Elementary, similar to district-wide data trends, fourth and fifth graders have highest proficiency with 36 and 38%. And the subgroup data at Montaloma shows Asians at 68% proficiency, Hispanic Latino students at 6% proficiency in math. But the Hispanic Latino students in reading at Montaloma are at 24% proficiency. Stevenson Elementary, the overall placement is showing the upper graders, fourth and fifth and third graders are leading the charge there and show higher proficiency. Not that our kinders are far behind, they're at 62%, so they're right there. The subgroup data for Stevenson shows our SED students are at 21% proficiency in math. And then in reading, the SED students at Stevenson were at 52% proficiency. With Thurkoff, we see more proficiency in the upper grades. We see the third, fourth, and fifth graders. Not to say that our kinder and first graders are far behind from the third graders, they're right there. But subgroup data at Thurkoff shows our students with disabilities there are at 8% proficiency in math. And then in reading, the students with disabilities were at 24% proficiency. ELs are at 9% proficiency in math at Thurkoff at this time, compared to 17% in reading for ELs. Crittenden Middle School shows comparable proficiency across all three grades. We see 45, 43, and 43. And subgroup data at Crittenden shows more ELs are proficient in math. So in the elementary schools, where ELs were more proficient in reading, and Crittenden, we see ELs are more proficient in math. So 7% proficiency in math and 4% in reading for Crittenden for EL students. The overall placement, when we break down by math pathways at Crittenden, is here. At the bottom is the district overall, and at the top, the first row you see is Crittenden overall, and then the pathway data. Going over to Graham, the overall placement, again, comparable proficiency across grade levels and across domains. But we do see, again, at another middle school, we see our ELs are at 5% proficiency at Graham, and compared to reading, where they're at 2%. So more ELs are proficient in math at the middle schools than at the elementaries. Here is the math pathway data for Graham. Again, district total at the bottom, and at the top you would see Graham math data by tiers. Now that we've seen the overall by school data, again, we went and did a little comparative for comparative across the years. And when we look at this, we see again a similar trend. So in August 2019, we had 43% proficiency with in-person administration. And then in August 21, in-person administration, we see 42% proficiency. So comparable proficiency for both in-person administrations. In 2020, last year, there was an increase to 48% with virtual test administration. Overall placement comparative by school, just a quick glance. We see comparable data, Bob at 52, 2019, 57, and then 52 again. We see a similar trend. We see Montaloma, 29% in August 2019, and then August 2021, 28. Stevenson went up a little bit from 52 in 2019 to 58, but pretty comparable across. EMI went up from 55 to 60 as well for 2019 and 2021. We did a comparative by subgroup for math as well, and we see that more ELs are district-wide or on or above grade level this year than in-person administration in August 2019. There is a big jump from 3% proficient students proficient then in August 2019 to 9% in August 2021. You may remember we talked about that, ELs being more proficient this year in reading as well. Looking at overall placement comparative for Crittenden with math pathways. And with Graham math pathways. So what are some data trends that we see with our math data? So we see district-wide overall like reading comparable proficiency this fall to the pre-pandemic years, from 43% in August 2019 and 42% this August. The by school data shows that similar trend with comparable proficiency from the pre-pandemic fall administration to this fall. EMI, again, has the highest overall proficiency, closely followed by Stevenson and Castro with 5%. But both trends here in math are similar to the reading trends. District-wide, we see grade level data reflects 4th and 5th graders being more proficient at the elementary level, so 45%. And most elementary schools have 3rd to 5th graders more proficient than lower elementary grades. And for our middle schools, we see comparable proficiency, 49, 48, and 46 for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. Our subgroup data shows that all significant subgroups have comparable proficiency to the pre-pandemic fall assessment. So, and the ethnicity data also shows similar proficiency trends. A slight decrease in Hispanic and Latino students, 16% in August 2019 to 11% in this fall in August. Our ELs, on the other hand, we see a jump up from 3% in August 2019 to 9% in August 2021. And we see significant subgroups are less proficient this August than the virtual test administration August, except our RFEPs that went up 1% in proficiency this year. I do have to point out to the trustees that there was a human error on my part when I was seeing numbers for too long. I missed a pathway up in my bullet in the original presentation. So this is an updated presentation, and this updated presentation will be posted for public as well. The math pathway data shows an increase in proficiency for math 7.1 and 8.1 from August 2020 to 2021. So from last August to this August, we see an increase in proficiency. Our school level data for Crittenden and Graham shows comparable proficiencies across the 3 diagnostics. So Crittenden was 47, 2019, 48, 2020, 46 this year. Graham was 52, 52, 49, all August test administrations. The 7.1 pathway data shows that both schools made considerable proficiency gains from August 2019 to 2021. And then Math 8.1 shows gains from last August to this August for both middle schools. So when we're looking at our data trends, when we see these data points, what are some next steps for us? Like I referenced in my previous presentation on site plans, we are a very data-driven district. We make our instructional decisions on student data and drive our needs assessment based on what we see as evidence of student progress and improvement. So we use iReady, our curriculum assessments, any other district assessments, and we analyze those data. So sites are doing that currently, and there will be a site PD day, a site professional development day on October 12th, where time will be allocated for data assessment, analysis, and sites and teacher grade levels and groups will work on identifying and planning instruction based on the site data. Sites use their data to identify strengths and focus areas based on the most recent data. So they're eagerly waiting to get going if some of them already started working on their data assessment and analysis. Student data is used for needs assessment and for driving site plan goals, their actions and strategies. And any updates that need to be made on the site plans, any changes or any additions that need to be made on the site plan are all driven by student data and needs assessment. Now, when we look at our students coming back from the pandemic, and we've got them in person, as sites are examining learning loss, they're designing the support, keeping in mind that most of our elementary grades have never been in school before. Some of them may have come last year as a part of the hybrid instruction, but they've not really been at school the whole year. So we have to keep that in perspective as we examine learning loss and design supports. We also provided our teachers district-wide with differentiation PD in August, and they're going to use sites are going to use learning from the differentiation PD and use the most recent student data to design student support, either whole group, small instruction, making changes to the core instruction piece, and maximizing RTI time to ensure students' needs are addressed. With that, I am open to questions from the trustees.
Thank you. Are there questions from trustees? Trustee Berman, and then Vice President Blakely.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Earlier this evening, there was a mention of our newcomers, and I was wondering if we have newcomers take the iReady test.
We don't have them take the reading test. So we want to make sure they have time to adjust first to the school routine, to the expectation, and they have the supports built in for them before we tell them, okay, kiddo, come here and now you're going to sit and take a test. So we have to give them the support to be better prepared for the iReady diagnostic.
That makes a lot of sense because I'm assuming the iReady test is only in English, correct?
Currently for our district benchmark, yes.
And so then you said they don't take the reading, but do they take the math? I know that they don't take the math either.
Sometimes if we see the readiness for a student, otherwise we first give them the supports before we assess them. Give them the support before you assess the student.
That makes a lot of sense. And any students that missed the day to take the iReady test, do they have an opportunity to make it up? So if the student didn't take the test, did they get a chance to make up the test, please?
Absolutely. If I may say, our site administrators, our coaches, me and my previous coordinator, if I don't have one now, she and I were on call every single day in the month of August and early September to make sure we supported the sites because some kids were absent and they would take the assessment. You have to give them the opportunity and the chance to take the assessment when they're present.
And so somewhat related, about how many newcomers do we have in our district? Just wondering, approximately.
I wonder if Director Chang would know the number.
Yes, we have, I think, around 120. I can double check to make sure.
More than I thought. Thank you. 120.
Vice President Blakely.
One thing I was noticing in the reading data for the elementary schools, most of the students that were RFEPs did better than the EOs, but that flipped around by the time they were in middle school. And the RFEP data for the RFEPs in the middle schools was significantly lower, like 20%. And I'm wondering why that is. Is that a factor of when they get tested and the test gets so much harder when they get to middle school, or why that big drop?
That's a great question. And there was a question in the board questions related to this, like when students go into upper grades, definitely the standards are more complex. Definitely, as an English language learner myself, I know comparing two different text types, my brain is working double time, right? Not saying that our English learners are not ready for it, but I believe those are opportunities for us to take a deeper dive into the student data by student and see what supports they may need as they grow through the grade levels.
Thank you.
Trustee Chang.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. 3 questions. First question having to do with does the curriculum associated or iReady make it easy to do longitudinal reports? Like, do they present data in a way where we can look at the individual student to see if how they are progressing year to year, and if they are coming in and out of proficiency?
So yes and no. Yes, because we can see student historical data by students. So a teacher can see that, site principals can see that, site administrators, they can see that. Parents can also request that data, but it's also in their school parent account, so they can see where it is. There isn't one report that compares. We can do it ourselves. As teachers, we look through, and I know because teachers have asked me how to look at the historical reports to get a better understanding of the kids through the previous years and supports. So it's a yes and no.
And anecdotally, when we look at that, is there a kids grow in different ways and take different paces. So nothing should ever be a linear, but then for the kids who are with us for a long time, do we see incremental growth each year, or does it kind of ebb and, is there a predictable pattern in the long term for that?
Difficult to pinpoint. We do see growth for most of our students. That's why we're also tracking our 1 year's growth, right? But we do see, it depends on the kid. It depends on the situation for every student, right? And how engaged they are through the year and what supports they have. So difficult to pinpoint.
And last question is, I see that Curriculum Associates, they do offer the iReady, they offer the math assessment in Spanish, and they also have a Spanish reading assessment where they can assess their reading, not of English text, but of Spanish text. Do we use either assessment tools in any formats?
No, so they just launched it, and hey, I'm all on it, and with Principal Olasi Regi, she and I have spoken a little bit. I met with the iReady folks, and they did say that Spanish assessment is not adaptive like our English iReady assessments. It's only a set of questions, so it's just giving them a set of questions to take and grade through. So we have to evaluate the effectiveness of the Spanish assessment, but definitely something we can use with our Dual Immersion Academy at this time to support.
Thank you.
I'll just piggyback on that question from Trustee Chang, because I know Mistral has been talking about for years actually assessing students' Spanish proficiency. So having any tool in which we can make that possible, I think will be a really positive step forward for that school site.
Trustee Conley, I have to say, Principal Elasiregi and I have multiple conversations, and it's on our agenda for to do one step at a time as she's working through her vision for her school, and her staff work together on this. So definitely, you'll be definitely hearing more.
I believe she is all over it. Trustee Chang, one last question, and then we'll move on to public comment.
Quick question. Are there ever requests from like researchers to like receive our test data like in an open data format with kind of privacy data removed for outside researchers to assist in providing, their analytical lens?
I haven't experienced it in my year and 2 to 3 months, but I do have to say we have school districts that have other school districts in the Bay Area that have reached out because we do such a good test administration at each of our school sites, and the data really reflects what our principals see at other district assessments as well. So they have reached out to find out how we do it and what's the process and how we share our reports with parents and all of that. But I have not had experience with a researcher yet.
Thank you. All right, if you're a member of the public and you'd like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. At this time, I see that we have 2 public comments, so we will allocate 3 minutes to each speaker. Ms. Pewitt, you may unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. On the first comment I want to make is that I am the Mistral Vice President of the PTA. I'm commenting tonight as a private individual and not the Vice President of the PTA, but I see the results at Castro, which is Mistral's sister school. Mistral began as a program within Castro before my time as a parent, and it is heartbreaking to see the results this year. And of course, they're similar to previous years. And the Mistral PTA, when the schools split, the PTAs split, and this year Castro no longer has a PTA. I believe they're investigating other options for parent engagement. But I want to just say as a Mistral parent that Mistral parents are concerned and feel love and accountability for helping the other families in our school community. These are families who share a community with us and live in the neighborhood, and we are absolutely committed to help in whatever ways that we can. That's all I can say about that for the moment. The other comment I wanted to make was related to the instruction at Mistral. All math instruction is in Spanish, which is one way that 50% of our language target is in Spanish. And you might think that math is the same in any language, except that the iReady diagnostic is administered in English. So all of the words like chart or divided by or added to, all of the words in word problems, they're in English. And if English is your target language as an English learner, but you're in a bilingual school, then that can really impact your score. Now, that does not excuse many students for being 2 to 3 grade levels behind. And we absolutely, as a school community, need to be and will be focused on the performance and the advantage of our English learners and getting them to that privileged reclassified position. And finally, I want to say that our new principal is investing tremendously in dual language immersion, professional development for our teachers. I think she's the first principal in 5 years to do anything like that. And we are so happy to support her in that. And we're hoping to return to things like parent workshops about the LPAC for our EL parents and having a math night and a science fair again. Our parent community is ready to come together and support each other. We need opportunities, hopefully, to be able to do that in person or with our after school program on campus as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pewitt. Mr. Nelson, you may unmute yourself by pressing *6 on your phone, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes. 2009, 2012, that's one of the highest, we had one of the highest 20 measurable academic achievement gaps, white man minus Hispanic, in the USA. So I want to go over one of the things about these academic achievement gaps using this iReady data. So this is a comparison of the current year versus 2 years ago, pre-pandemic. The reading gap, white minus Hispanic, was 35%. This last year, it was 35%. No decrease? Good, the gap staying at least steady. Of course, at this rate, it'll take forever to close the gap. The math gap, white minus Hispanic, it was 37%, and now it's 46%, a 6% increase. That was almost a 1/6 increase in the math achievement gap. The academic achievement gap for Asians minus Hispanic, it pre-pandemic was 50%. Now it's a 10% increase to 60%. The reading diagnostic, the math gap, it was 46% pre-pandemic. It's now 54%, an 8% increase. The academic gap in English speakers and learners for math, I'm not going to talk about the language, it was 59%. It's now 58%. The one case that I've seen in these 6 measures that it's decreased. It's a -1% delta. That means in 118 years, they'll be the same in 2149. The academic achievement gap in math track, 6 to 8, it was 63%. Now it's 72% at CMS, a 9% increase. The academic achievement gap in math tracks, 6 to 8, this is between the faster track and the slowest track. The math gap was 70%, and now it's 73%. That's a 3% increase. That's looking at this data from the gap perspective. It's not a very good thing when you're using an equity lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. We will now move on to comments from trustees. All right, I will briefly comment and, Trustee Berman, go ahead.
I was just reflecting on this data. I also love looking at our school's data, and just thinking about how much everyone has had on their plate over the last 18 months. And looking at the data tonight was just a reminder of, that I mentioned it before, that statistics that's shared in the Masters in Governance training for school board members around highly effective school board spending 65% of their time on student data and student performance. And I just was reminded of how critical it is for us to prioritize looking at how our students are doing throughout the year, especially those students that we know are really struggling, and being mindful of making that part of ongoing conversations so that we know that our students are progressing, especially those students that we're noting are struggling. And I'm really glad to see that, we're going back to comparing to 2019, incredible, how determined and how hard our teachers worked and our principals worked and our district worked to make sure that, that loss could have been so much more significant over the last 18 months. And yet here we are, right? There's definitely work ahead. And so I'm, as a board that I know is committed to positive student outcomes, I'm just really looking forward to, reading again, the site plans for schools and how they're going to meet the needs of students, and just having lots of opportunities as a board to come together and prioritize these conversations so that we can really provide as much support as we can and make as much of an impact as we can, especially to the families and the students that need it the most.
Thank you, Trustee Berman. I will just wrap us up and add that it is remarkable how steady most of the scores change between pre-pandemic and whatever pandemic stage we're in now. I credit that to teachers, principals, staff, but I also credit that to parents, because parents were beside their children at home all of last year, really supporting them and trying to help them along. So it just took the whole community kind of wrapping around to do that. But what I truly appreciate about this presentation, the thoroughness of the data that was made available to us to look at. It's not always a pretty picture. We see that our Latino students and our socioeconomically disadvantaged students are far, far behind their peers. And that is a huge piece of our work that we need to keep improving on. And it's good to have that data front and center so that we can all see it as a community and we know the goals that we're working toward. It's going to tie into the school site plans. This is diagnostic one. To all of our school teams who are here tonight, like, this is it. This is the starting gate. Let's see where we can get this year. We know too that we have social emotional needs that need to be met. We have mental health issues. There's a lot of things that are going to bubble up this year that we're going to tackle. But I think we have a really great foundation to begin on of knowing where our children are and working towards where we hope they will be at the end of the year. So thank you very much for the work in the presentation tonight. We will now move on to Trustee Chang.
Sorry, President Conley, I don't think I raised my hand high enough to be seen last time. I'll make it brief. Just I think it's a real extraordinary opportunity that we are a district that has so much data on our students, and we collect it on a really timely basis. That in many municipal governments have been kind of initiating like open data policies to try to encourage researchers to use look at their data in an anonymous way to try to pull different insights. And it'd be interesting to see if that's something that may have opportunity in our district to explore if community, whether it be Stanford or other organizations, can assist us in looking at our data. And another area where data often, such rich data is can be used and isn't often used is just in the hands of students. I think that I think a lot of us put in a lot of work for the kids, but then this instant data and this adaptive data is so powerfully in the hands of kids to see exactly for them to set their own goals and know exactly like, okay, these are the skills that you're missing, or these are skills you can work on. What are the goals do you want to set for yourself? And this last thing I would say is that for some of these scores where the kids where school sites are 2 or 3 grade levels behind, I think that I welcome us looking at like radical investments. So if school sites say they need, radical investments in funding or in, support for community schools or things like that, when students are 2 or 3 grade level behind, 2-3 percentage points a year, they can't catch up mathematically before they go to high school on that level. But something bold things often take money. So like as a board, I think a lot of us are really ready if people come to us and say, you know what, we have a bold plan to address these double year or triple year gaps. I think it'll take bold plans and money and ideas. Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's one place where the learning recovery plan is really, it's an opportunity for us, right? We have this, yes, we have higher needs, but we have this huge investment that has come from the state that we have an opportunity to use. We will now move on to item 10, board updates. Are there any board updates from trustees? Trustee Wheeler? And I will note we only have 16 minutes left before this meeting closes.
Okay, so I don't have many updates and I will send them to Ms. Villalba, but I do want to say that 4 of us attended the Santa Clara County School Boards Association meeting last night. And there was a panel of superintendents there. And our own superintendent, Allende Rudolph, was one of the members on that panel. And in my opinion, I thought he did great and, was very useful and entertaining to see, you know, a comparison of superintendents from around the county. So anyway, I felt very proud of our district last night, hearing our superintendent there.
Agreed. Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. We'll now move on to item 11, items for future agendas. Dr. Rudolph, are there items for future agendas that were submitted? Okay.
There are. I got 4 of them, so I guess I'll read each one and let y'all deliberate about each one, and then I'll go to the next one. So I'll do one, you say yes or no, then I go to next, then do.
All right. Well, could you list them all quickly first?
They're not really short ones that
I think the board needs to know the scope.
All right, discussion of requiring masks, making testing a requirement to attend in-person school until all students have access to vaccinations. This requirement could be met through giving permission to participate in the existing school-based testing or submitting off-site weekly testing. 2, discussion to require students 12 and over to submit their vaccination status to aid in the speedy quarantine protocols and future policy discussions of vaccinations. 3, discussion to seek from families permission to do voluntary school site, school day student vaccinations for families interested through the district, working with the local vaccination partners, similar to the school days, school site vaccination drives using SFUSD. This proposal is to discuss and prepare an option before age 5 and 11 vaccinations are approved. And 4, presentation of the existing white paper on science facility and equipment sufficiency and discussion of art facility and equipment sufficiency.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, is there interest from trustees in adding those agenda items? We'll start with the first one, which was around masking, Dr. Rudolph?
Yep. Discussion of requiring masking, of making testing a requirement to attend in-person school until all students have access to vaccinations.
Okay, so what I find challenging about these items is that they are actually proposing a motion as opposed to proposing a discussion item. Like the discussion item would have been, well, it's fine. So are trustees interested in having an agenda item around requiring students to
requiring testing, requiring all students to test?
They are required as opposed to opt in by their parents. Is that something we're legally able to do, Dr. Rudolph?
I would have to check.
Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down, let's take a vote. Okay, we have a 4 not in favor of that as an agenda item and 1 in favor, which was Trustee Chang. The second item, Dr. Rudolph?
Discussion to require students 12 and over to submit their vaccination status.
Okay. Trustees, is that a agenda item that we would like to have up or down?
I just wonder if that conversation might happen later on as we talk about.
I think that conversation is already happening in the sense that if a student is in a modified quarantine, their quarantine procedure is different if they're vaccinated or not vaccinated. So middle school parents are already experiencing a vested interest in supplying that vaccination status. There's already an impetus there, so they're providing that status.
And our tech team has created a way for parents to upload the information. I think this just takes it a step further requiring the actual uploading of the information.
And then the third item, Dr. Rudolph.
Okay. Discussion to seek from families permission to do voluntary school site, school day vaccinations for families interested through the district working with local vaccination partners, similar to the school day, school site vaccination drives used in SFUSD. This proposal is used to discuss and prepare such an option before age 5 and 11 vaccinations are approved. The one thing I will point out is that in San Francisco, so we did do drives last year, but in San Francisco, the city of San Francisco, as well as the county of San Francisco, allowed for students to get vaccinated if their parent wasn't, I guess if their parent wasn't accessible, if the parent could not be reached, 12 to 17-year-olds could go. I don't think that's where the conversation's going, but there was a flyer that was included there too. But I will say if I think the county may be rolling this out on their own.
The county identified this summer that school site-based vaccinations had been their most successful vaccination outreach strategy. And we have relationships there because we've done 9 of these events already. Our
Right,
staff, Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, I think this is just whether this item seeks to see whether or not we view it as a disruption to an instructional day to make it easier for families to do it during the day, as opposed to, I think last year was a little bit different, so it's kind of hard to say like what occurred last year, but that's what I seek. It seems like that's where this is headed.
What it's seeking. Trustees, I am wondering if this is in part going to be information from the county that we're going to get on their rollout. And then it might be a discussion item, but maybe we go to the county first and see what their plans are.
I'm also wondering whether the board needs to discuss this or whether the district could just recommend it as the timing is
Right.
appropriate.
Is it a staff issue versus a board issue? Should we take a straw poll on that one as well? Or actually, it's an actual vote. Thumbs up, it's an agenda item. Thumbs down doesn't necessarily mean we aren't going to do it, but that it's a staff item.
Well, would the question be like, we'll look at it after the county comes back? So I think that determines how we're gonna.
I think the question is, well, for myself, I believe this is actually a staff-driven item and not a board-driven item, that we know that it's something that needs to happen and everyone's working on it. But I don't know what our discussion is actually going to lend to making the process better, if that makes sense.
I prefer to discuss kids and education. We spend our time focusing on, the kids and their learning.
I think we're going to get board updates on our COVID precautions. And so this is going to come up in those updates and we'll discuss it then.
Yeah, and I think, I'm hopeful that the county will provide some of these resources. I think whatever we can do to facilitate vaccines for our families, but I think sort of maybe a wait and see. This will probably come up a little bit later on, I think.
I think the impetus is positive in that now is the time to start contacting those county contacts to see what's going on and how we can get things arranged.
My gut says it will be similar to last year where kids will have permission forms and that we will be able to bring vaccination vans up, but we can definitely reach out to see. Last year, El Camino was instrumental with that. Stanford helped out. Yeah. So we can see, but those were actually, the county offered it and then we acted on it.
So maybe it's time to start tapping those phone lines and see, hey, when are we getting our next hit?
Okay.
And then the last one, Dr. Rudolph?
Last one is a presentation of the existing white paper on science facility and equipment sufficiency and a discussion of art facility and equipment sufficiency.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so a few meetings ago, I suggested that there are some things that, or some topics that I think are real good as just reports that, could go on the website or, we're alerted to them. I thought this white paper was excellent and I appreciated it, but I don't see an added value of having it be a board discussion item. So I would recommend that paper get posted on the website.
Okay.
Concur.
All right. It looks like there's the unanimous vote of trustees on that to publish the paper on the website.
Or post it, and I think there's some, like I wrote in the paper, there's some opportunities of growth that we can do. And so we can always follow up to say, based off of what we've seen, here are the adjustments we're going to make to provide. It seems to be more about a science equipment kind of issue as opposed to the facilities issue.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was very helpful. It was very clarifying. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. We will now move on to item 12, future board meeting dates are October 7th and 21st, November 4th and 18th. And at 9:55 p.m., we will adjourn this regularly scheduled board meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School District. At 9:55 p.m. and maybe 30 seconds, we will call to order this special meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School District. And we will begin with a roll call of trustees.
Helen Wheeler.
Laura Blakely.
Chris Chang?
Laura Berman.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We will now move on to item 1B, the approval of the agenda. Are there any trustee comments or questions regarding the agenda? Seeing as there are none, we will take public comment on the agenda. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the agenda, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *6 on your phone, or *9, excuse me. Seeing as there are none, we will move on to a motion from trustees.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? On a motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Wheeler, the board voted unanimously to approve the agenda. Is that correct, trustee Wheeler?
I don't think I seconded that.
Oh.
You put your hand up.
Was it trustee Berman? Okay, it was trustee Berman. Thank you. A motion made by trustee Blakely and seconded by trustee Berman. The agenda was approved unanimously. We will now move on to item 2A under review and action. This is a discussion of the AB 361 state and local agencies teleconferences bill that was recently passed.
All right, so I'll give you a quick update. We didn't create a deck for this. So AB 361 essentially extends the governor's executive order to allow for telephonic or electronic meetings, and that a board can make a decision to do these types of meeting if there is and I'm going to quote it correctly, as to whether a meeting in person will present imminent risk to the health or safety of attendees, and during a proclaimed state of emergency when the legislative body has determined that meeting in person would present imminent risk to health and safety of attendees as provided. This law is in effect until 2024. And so the biggest differences here, so one, the board has to vote every 30 days in order to do this. It doesn't prevent a board from presenting, we've always presented our meetings electronically. I think trustee Chang was the prompter of that, or at least during his board, that's when it started. So it doesn't prevent us from presenting our meetings, but what it does do is it allows the board to not list all of the locations that individuals are at. So under the Brown Act, what typically happens is that if each one of you are in a different location, the address must be posted and you must allow for the community to be publicly available or to comment within the location that you're at. Sometimes that's at hotels, sometimes that's putting it on people's doors, but that's part one. The second part of this is that, it allows for you to allow the public to comment remotely, and as opposed to requiring them to come in public, which is also an important part. But what it does say is that you cannot ask families or public commenters to register beforehand, and you can't require them to submit their comments. They can submit them, but they have to be allowed to comment in real time. The other thing it does is that the board did express an interest to possibly limit individuals coming in to board meetings. And so if the board decided that they wanted to start off slow and meeting as a group, but limit the public from coming in, you have to allow them to comment. But the reason why you're limiting the public is because you view this as an imminent risk. to the safety either of the community or to the safety of others. And so those are the provisions. So I guess I know you all talked about how you want to run the next meeting. You don't have to vote on AB 361, but if you choose to continue in this format, even if that means that only one of you is remote, and you don't want to, you want to assure that you're not posting and somebody showing up at your door, then you would need to vote on AB 361. And then it also gives you a little bit more flexibility. We did consult with legal. It gives you some flexibility to allow or to limit the public coming in during the pandemic, or if there was another incident where you had to go, like if air quality was poor and you decided that this was a moment that you needed to go remotely, you would have the option to do that too.
Dr. Rudolph, just to clarify my understanding, the board could meet in person, but choose to vote to have the public comment remotely for 30 days. If we chose to.
If a majority of the board votes to enact AB 361, you could meet as a group. There's nothing that prevents you from meeting in the boardroom right now. You could meet there and still, but under AB 361, you would still have to assure that the public comment, and they would do so telephonically or electronically, similar to the way that they're doing now.
And is that something that our boardroom is set up to do?
The boardroom, we have been testing it. The boardroom is enabled to allow for Zoom. And we have already marked out all of the seats. We can get 15 people in to the room. So that would be the max, and we would remove all staff because otherwise that reduces the amount. So it would just be me and the board. And we could continue through Zoom on all the computers set up. And then we have a workaround right now until the new device comes in that can run it. Our tech team has sort of figured out a way to make the camera work in a different fashion, but it is capable of look exactly the same. The only difference is that you will see, instead of seeing each other's face, you will see all of you sitting as a group.
Thank you. Are there other questions from trustees? Trustee Chang.
To let the public participate online on Zoom, even for in person, do we have to pass the monthly authorization to allow that component?
I don't think you have to pass it to allow them to comment online. I think you can allow that moving forward. There's nothing that prevents you from doing it. The difference here, though, is about stating where you are and saying that you're basically running a telephonic or electronic meeting, is that because that's really what AB 361 is saying. You're saying we are going to run this meeting electronically. However, if you were to allow for public comments remotely, it'd be no different than, I think we've had phone calls before where somebody is, picked up a phone and called in and we put it close to a mic or something like that. So I don't think that changes that fundamentally, but it's more about if you want to go exclusively, I guess that's a better way of putting it. AB 361 allows you to exclusively meet online, similar to what we're doing right now. And it also allows for you not to post the locations where you are as part of it. So that's and again, that's based off of the board perceiving that there is imminent threat to the public safety and the health and safety of the public.
We passed emergency authorization. Could we legally require if we're back in person, could we require members of the public to show vaccination in order to present live in the boardroom?
Legal is looking into that. Right now, we don't know if that's possible. We know that we could ask them to wear masks, but even that was sort of, one of those things like you sort of have to work, and it falls under whether or not they are truly a disruptive force. And so technically by law, they you're allowed to comment and participate as a public member. So you could have, I think in Placer Valley, I think the Proud Boys showed up to a meeting. So it's well within their rights. And we don't have police here. So if there was an issue, legal has recommended that we would call the police to remove anybody if it was that big of a disruption.
Vice President Blakely.
I just wanted to ask about the masking component. We would be wearing masks if we meet live, correct?
Right.
And you're saying we could require members of the public who would show up to speak live to wear masks, but the difficulty could arise if they showed up and then took their masks off.
Right.
Is
Well,
that what I'm understanding?
So county orders state that, I don't think they've expired yet, but state that you have to wear a mask indoors. But if someone doesn't wear a mask, we're not in a position where we could forcibly remove anyone, right? So we would have to, which I guess is similar to like if you walk in a Safeway, you have to call the police in order to go. So that's just the risk that you run. The risk that you would run in this instance.
Okay. And then just a practical question. I know some other legislative bodies have started meeting live. And has anybody watched meetings where the members of the body are wearing a mask, but people are watching on Zoom? Does that make it difficult?
Yeah.
Just curious about your experiences.
Los Altos, I believe, wears masks in their meetings, and I think Palo Alto does. I forgot to ask Nellie when I saw her if MVLA does. The good thing about our setup is we have microphones right there. So we will be able, our whole system is cued into the speakers. So even if you're wearing a mask, we all have a microphone. So the microphone projects it into the room. And then it's also set up, we tested it, you won't get any of the feedback because it's running, the Zoom will run through our system. And so you won't hear the echo effect that we sometimes hear when we're all on our own devices. So both of those will work, but we should be good sound wise. And we would when Tech was testing it this week, they had their mask on because we were, for the most part, unless you're in your office, we wear the mask ourselves.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So if we wanted to meet in person, but have the public comment be virtual and not in person, we would have to vote using this bill.
Yep. The majority of the board will vote for the next 30 days that you view this as an issue of public safety. And you're voting to invoke AB 361. And that allows you to meet. You could meet either in the boardroom, or 3 of you could meet in the boardroom and 2 of you could be at your house, or any combination of such.
And then my understanding is we're still in substantial COVID transmission. I've been following the data. It's hard because Kaiser's not reporting their data. It looks like we knock on wood, we have peaked with Delta, hopefully, but we're still in a substantial transmission rate, but we're going down, and kids may get vaccinated soon. Should we take public comment, trustees? And then we'll come back to trustee comments. If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there are no comments at this time from the public, are there comments from trustees? Trustee Chang.
A question for Dr. Rudolph. Is there a timeline for when staff meetings are going back in person, or?
I held my first principal PD meeting in person and we sat 6 feet apart from each other. And it took up the whole boardroom to do. There are 35 individuals that comprise LT. So I think for the most part, we will stay remotely unless it's a real small group and we can assure that we have enough social distancing. And at school sites, they're not meeting, they're doing all of their meetings remotely.
Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so I like everything about this bill. And one of the things that I do like about it, and you articulated it a number of times, Dr. Rudolph, is one important thing about this bill is to make sure that members of the public are still able to address the board. So, you know, the way the legislature accommodated this was allowing for continuation of Zoom type comments. So I'm glad that, you know, we've all heard this, we understand this, you know, so that we could still do that. My sense of this bill is that if we want to utilize the characteristics of the bill, we need to take action on it. It isn't just discussion. I don't know what the connection is between us meeting in person and us passing this action item. I would like us to meet in person. I would like the board to meet in person with the superintendent. And I don't know where we are on that. So, but I do like the part of the bill where you don't have to provide an address of where you're participating in the meeting. So that's a good thing. President Conley, you were about to say something.
I apologize for, I didn't realize you were, I apologize for interrupting. Our options are do something with this bill, or because the previous statute has expired, meet in person and with the public present in the boardroom with us. So those are our options.
So I think there's still a third option, which is do something with this bill and meet virtually. So that's what I was saying. It's confusing to me. You know, are we
I think we have to
kind of planning on meeting in person?
It's in the motion, Trustee Wheeler. So if you have an idea for a motion or you want to listen to discussion first, we could make a motion to meet in person and have the public comment be virtual. We could make a motion to meet only virtually. We could make a motion to meet in the middle. We could not make a motion at all and go back to in-person board meetings with the public and present as well.
Well, I think I'd like to hear from the other trustees before I make a motion.
Okay. Trustee Chang and then Trustee Berman.
You know, I was thinking about, you know, our counterpart MBLA, when they met in person, there was a trustee who still stayed online. And I believe that we would have to pass this authorization if we had a situation where a single trustee, whether it be for quarantine or individual family circumstances. So like, even if we have a majority meet in person, I think this emergency authorization gives us that flexibility. And I think that I agree with Trustee Wheeler that this is probably a good time for us to like decide both issues, like decide if we're going to do the authorization, which sounds like we would have to make that discussion each month. And then also maybe if people have the time, we could discuss if we pass the authorization or not, what is the actuality of where we meet next?
Trustee Berman.
So
Oh, you just muted yourself, Trustee Berman.
You're fine. It seems to me that we should, given the conversation, it doesn't seem like, I don't think that we're prepared to go back to the way school board meetings ran with everyone in person in public and comments live in person. So it seems like we're in a place where we would want to what is it? Do we pass it? Do we say we're going to enact it? So enacting the bill. And as far as meeting in person, I am comfortable meeting in person as a board with the superintendent, but having all of our public comments done remotely, not live in person. So in the boardroom, it would just be the board and the superintendent.
Vice President Blakely.
I mostly concur with what Trustee Berman just said. The one piece that I think Trustee Chang had touched on, which I'd like to include in the motion if we do it, would be to enable the trustees to take advantage of the ability individually to participate remotely without having to post everything. Because if, for example, I'm all for meeting live, but if one of us gets sick the day before, we would not be able to attend the meeting unless we enact this, because we wouldn't have had our address posted 72 hours ahead. So I'd like to preserve that ability for individual trustees to participate remotely, as the situation warrants, without having to do the 72-hour advance location and keep your front door open and all that stuff.
You wouldn't need to get that specific.
Okay.
Once you enact AB 361, it allows you to continue electronically and telephonically. And then essentially what you would do is every month is make an assessment as to whether or not if a majority, if all of the board are meeting in the boardroom, every month you'll just make the determination as to whether or not you believe it is safe to allow more than just the board into the room. And that's essentially the decision you're making. So you can do a hybrid. It doesn't mean that we all have to be this way, but it does mean you'll continue the hybrid or some variation of it. And it does give you the flexibility that if you get sick, that you can stay remotely and you don't have to publish your address or the hotel room or something like that.
So,
Okay.
So I will just weigh in and say that something that I've really loved about the crazy world we've been living in is the ability for the public to participate remotely. I feel like that has given access to so many people who might not otherwise have engaged with the board, and it's been really powerful. And so I, whatever format we continue in, I would like to be able to continue that access for the public. I do think there's value in, the second week of school, my whole family got sick. We had to go through COVID testing. My son was home for 4 days before he could go back to school because he needed a negative test. If we had had a board meeting at that time, I wouldn't have been able to come if we didn't have something like this in place. I wouldn't have been able to participate. And at that time, I wasn't able to participate in the commemoration ceremony for Imai Elementary School, which was just crushing. I was so upset about, but I couldn't come without, ethically without a negative test. And I know that everyone in this group is vaccinated. So our threat to the public, if the public was with us, is minimal because we are all vaccinated. But we don't have knowledge or mechanisms about the public health risk of the public to the public. I mean, I feel an obligation to also keep people, if people do come in person, I want them to have as low a risk as possible. And with substantial community transmission, that makes me a little bit anxious right now. And we know that a lot of people who speak to our board are also parents and their children might not be vaccinated yet. And so they may have concerns about participating that way as well. Yes, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I do want to make a clarification that before all this, school board members could attend meetings, calling in or, on their computers or something. Because I remember when Trustee Gutierrez tried to do this, and I remember when Trustee Caldonado did this. It isn't pretty, but, it was workable. But I do think that I'm enthusiastic about this bill, and I would like us to adopt it. And then I would like us to meet in person as frequently as we can.
All right, so is there a motion from trustees regarding whether or not to adopt AB 361? Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I move that our board adopt AB 361.
Don't we need to say something about the concern over safety or something? Wasn't that a criteria of, we're not adopting AB 361. It would be the provisions that AB 361 enables or something like that. But I thought there had to be some kind of a finding of, or a mention of public safety.
Yeah, you could just say that the board views that there's still substantial risk to the public, and is voting to enact AB 361, which allows for the Mountain View Board of Trustees to Mountain View Wissman Board of Trustees to meet telephonically, electronically, and limit and continue to have the public weigh in over telephonic electronic means, something to that effect.
So that's the motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
On a motion made by trustee Wheeler and seconded by trustee Blakely.
With an assist from Superintendent.
Do we need to say, do we need to tack on for the next 30 days?
It's
into
for,
that
I mean,
motion?
it's automatic anyway.
It's implicit.
Only
Okay.
for 30 days. The motion as presented by trustee Wheeler and clarified by Dr. Rudolph is unanimously approved as presented. So trustees, if you are able, please plan to meet in person at our next board meeting with masks. Trustee Wheeler.
I have a question, and I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Are we going to get the excellent district provided food during our closed sessions in our live meetings, including those chocolate chip cookies?
That would include demasking.
I was going to say, we would have to be outside.
Yeah, I will. I'll see. We can eat outside. The courtyard's back there. Debbie doesn't have the capacity to do dinner, but I'll ask about cookies and have her sneak them over. We'll have dinner like we normally do, and then we will eat out in the courtyard, which is what we normally do.
One of the things I remember, Laura Blakely, you referenced Superintendent Geisels. One of the things I remember him saying, when he first came to the district was the value of breaking bread together. And I think that's very true, and I have missed it while we've been all separate in our houses.
I think we have all missed each other.
Yep. If you all could just arrive a little bit early. It's been a while since you've been. In fact, actually, two of you have never stepped foot in the district boardroom. You may have walked in it, but you've never sat behind the desk. So we're going to remove one of the stations. So normally there's a station next to me for staff. We're going to remove that to give us a little bit more space. But we do want to just spend a little time going over how the system works, because there's a way for you to turn, like you can hit a button and accidentally make your screen disappear. So there's a couple of things we want to take you through so that you're used to the computer scenes and how to use the microphone and the camera setup and everything else. And then know that there's parking spaces that are reserved for you at the front every Thursday from 5 until midnight. So we should be good to go.
All right, so plan for an orientation, trustees.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Another one, Miss Berman, you now got two.
No, that's two. I know, I'll be there early. As long as you're chocolate chip cookies, I'll be there.
We'll get 'em.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all of your work tonight. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I am very much looking forward to seeing you all in person soon. And at 10:20,
Likewise.
at 10